Interpretation of the meeting. For those just joining the meeting, live interpretation in Spanish is available, and members of the public or staff wishing to listen in Spanish can join the Spanish channel by clicking on the interpretation icon in the Zoom toolbar. It looks like a globe. If you are on your cell phone or tablet, locate the three dots, tap them lightly, and put a check mark on your preferred language. Click Done to activate and begin the interpretation. Once you join the Spanish channel, we recommend you shut off the main audio so you only hear the Spanish interpretation. Interpreter, will you please restate this in Spanish?
Yes. Buenas tardes a todos, bienvenidos. Los servicios de interpretación en español van a estar disponibles de una manera simultánea. Favor de hacer un clic en el globo terráqueo en la parte inferior de su pantalla y se les va a ofrecer la opción inglés-español. Favor de hacer español y de esa manera pueden escuchar la junta inmediatamente en español. Si tienen acceso a esta junta por medio de su tableta o su celular, van a notar 3 puntitos. Debajo de ellos hagan un clic, se les va a lanzar el globo terráqueo y hagan otro clic y de esa manera pueden elegir el idioma en español. Muchas gracias, estamos a sus órdenes. Thank you very much. Back to you.
Hello and welcome everyone to our August 20th, 2024 Santa Rosa City Council meeting. It is now 2:03 and we will be starting our meeting. Seeing a quorum, Madam Deputy City Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Rogers is absent. Councilmember Okrepke.
Here.
Councilmember McDonald is absent. Councilmember Fleming.
Here.
Councilmember Alvarez.
Present.
Vice Mayor Stapp.
Here.
Mayor Rogers.
Present.
Let the record reflect all council members are present with the exception of council members McDonald and Rogers.
Thank you. I will like to announce that item 13.8 is being continued to the September 24, 2024 regular council meeting, and I will be announcing that throughout the meeting. Moving on to item 3, announcement of our closed session. We have 3.1 with conference with legal counsel about existing litigation, and 3.2 conference with labor negotiators. Madam Deputy City Clerk, can you please facilitate public comment on this item?
We are now taking public comment on closed session items 3.1 and 3.2. If you are in the council chamber and would like to comment, please make your way to the podium. You'll have 3 minutes and a countdown timer will alert at the end. As you approach the podium, please state your name for the record if you choose to do so. Let's start here. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Thank you again for the opportunity to speak. Stephen Del Porto, Director of Santa Rosa Firefighters. I'll keep it short and sweet today. We have what I would consider a very fair contract offer on the table right now. It falls closely in line with the other units that have already signed. Plus it also meets some of the specific needs our firefighters have right now. The only ask I have of the council today is please ask for the entire proposal. When this all goes, whichever direction it falls on the council, right? You're the elected leaders. You're the ones that the citizens are expecting to make these decisions. So please ask for the entire proposal. Don't let staff, it was a concern of ours that staff's not wanting to show the entire proposal. We're teetering on impasse and that brings arbitration with it. That's gonna fall on the council. That's not gonna fall on staff. That issue is gonna come back to you guys. So that's all I'm asking is take a good hard look at it in its entirety. Our recruitment problem is still alive and strong. We had 30 people apply for the 10 minimum spots we have open right now, and it's already whittled down to the low teens. So we're maybe at 13, and that's going to a chief's interview, so we could maybe expect to get 6. So the recruitment thing that we keep pushing is true. It's a real thing. We're supposed to hire another 35 over the next few years, even more than that with retirements. We're not going to be able to do that without a fair wage. So I can only urge this so much. Please take a look at it. If there's any questions, you all have my number. Please call anytime with anything, and I'm happy to answer it. And I really look forward and hope to see a resolution to this week. I know we all want it to be done with, It's not enjoyable for anybody to be in these positions, but it's my job, it's Ken's job to look out the best we can for our members. So I look forward to that phone call, and I hope to hear something this week. Thank you.
Please go ahead when you're ready.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Ken Martin. As I mentioned last time I was here speaking to you, a labor negotiator for the firefighters. To reiterate what Steve has mentioned, we have taken the time to speak with those who are willing to speak with us. We appreciate that. We've heard what you've had to say. We've restructured our proposal so that in many ways we run in line with what other bargaining groups have agreed to. Where we're out of line with those, they are issues that line parity with the police. We've heard the issues of longevity and the city's concern about longevity. We also recognize that there are many post incentives that the police officers receive, that the firefighters have parallel opportunities within the fire service that haven't been recognized. We're asking for those parities with the other public agency. This has been a very collaborative working agreement between the city and the firefighters to this point. We've managed to reach TAs on over 20 issues. Both sides have worked well together. Now that we're at the point with the hard part, the economic piece of it, it's where we have to come to you. As Steve mentioned, out of the 12 positions they have open, we don't have enough people that are going to be able to fill that. The city's going to start losing money in SAFER grants because we can't meet the hiring requirements of the SAFER grant. Our goal is to make sure that we are the top tier fire department in the North Bay. And unfortunately, to become that, we're going to have to be comparable with some of the East Bay and South Bay and the Peninsula departments. It's just an unfortunate fact. We've recognized that and tried to structure this agreement like that. As Steve mentioned, we request that you please look at the entire package as a total, look at where we have been able to work together, where we have been able to reach agreement, and recognize that the piece that's laying out there is what's required in order to keep this department, the department that all of you are so proud to have represent you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm seeing no additional speakers for this item.
Thank you. And with that, we will recess in a closed session. right, welcome back everyone to our August 20th, 2024 Santa Rosa City Council meeting. It is now 3:46 and we will be reconvening our meeting. Seeing a quorum, Madam Deputy City Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Rogers is absent. Councilmember Okrepke.
Here.
Councilmember McDonald is absent. Councilmember Fleming. Councilmember Alvarez. Absent. Vice Mayor Stapp.
Here.
Mayor Rogers.
Present.
Let the record reflect all council members are present with the exception of council members Alvarez, McDonald, and Rogers.
Thank you. We will now proceed to item 4.1, our study session for today. Madam City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor and members of council. Item 4.1 is an update on capital improvement program.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, Dan Hennessy, Transportation and Public Works Department. Thank you again for the opportunity to be here and give you an update on what we're doing with capital improvements, not just for this fiscal year, but moving forward and responding to the request for an updated prioritization program. Today we'll go through an update about what's on the books right now. We'll review where we're getting our project concepts from, and how we're funding those, especially with respect to what that funding looks like moving forward and compared to our need. Then we'll talk a little bit about how we're proposing to begin prioritizing this, and honestly most of this is going to be asking for your feedback about how that program is set up, any particular metrics to use that appeal to you, make sense to you, and your constituents. So reviewing current projects, we have 39 projects this year that we anticipate to be bid during this fiscal year. I've highlighted 4 up here right now on the first page of 2. The Transit Mall will, construction on that will start on September 3rd. So you'll notice that the Transit Mall operation will move out here to First Street, just outside of City Hall. But we're excited to get that going and get that improved, that roadbed improved for our transit riders. The Hearn Community Hub, we are narrowing down on the design concepts from our 3 design build teams. And still anticipate everything on schedule to come back to you likely in October with a preferred consultant and selection there. A couple outstanding items related to funding from the library. But all told, things have been going fairly smoothly on the Hearn Community Hub recently. I did want to highlight the garage hoist program, the installation that is funded by you guys on tap for being bid by the end of this year and construction starting early next year. So thank you again for that. Everybody in the fleet division is very excited to see that happen, and their customers are equally as excited to see that service come about. And then lastly, the bike ped overcrossing. We just received 100% design plans with a updated 100% cost estimate. I'm happy to let you know that the cost estimate didn't change this time. And so we have some minor comments. We expect a final set of design plans in the coming weeks, and then we're going to bid it and see what happens, see what the community said or what the contractors are able to provide us in terms of a bid. We're still showing, in terms of committed monies, a small deficit there, but we do have some options, including an outstanding grant application that we should be hearing about any day. So excited to get that moving forward too. Starting in next calendar year, we have a whole host of projects that'll be moving forward, including, again, another project funded from the general fund for the Bennett Valley Golf Course irrigation pond. We have design is ongoing. We have design plans in review right now, and we expect that project to be bid during the winter of 2025, with construction starting spring of next year. And then lastly, Calistoga Road, again, another project that's in design that we anticipate moving forward with next summer, and excited to get that off the books and onto the ground. I will highlight a couple of these. I know that there have been some questions over the last few months, even year, about the timing of these projects. Some of these were funded, design and construction were funded together, and it's made for somewhat of a frustrating timeline in terms of expectations about when these would be delivered. We'll talk a little bit about that in terms of how we're going to make better use of both time and money moving forward with this prioritization program. So all told, there are 39 projects on that list that we expect to be bid this year, totaling almost $220 million. You might remember from our May discussion that our annual capital improvement project budget is about $50 million. So a lot of things coming off the books this year, a lot of things from outside funding sources also, but really a lot of delivery for the community. It's also an expression of the backlog that we've needed to get off the books. So there have been a number of things that have been waiting for complete funding or delayed for other reasons that we are catching up on this calendar or this fiscal year. In terms of moving forward, we have, I mentioned this in the presentation back in May, that we solicit ideas from any number of planning documents, including our updated general plan, and the greenhouse gas reduction strategy that goes with it, the 3 complete and 4th ongoing specific plan. We have the bike and ped master plan that is being updated as the active transportation plan. We have the creeks master plan. We have a storm drain master plan that is in development right now. We have a long list of traffic signal needs, crosswalk needs, safety plans and corridor improvements, and then also our pavement index. So there's a lot of documents that provide ideas for projects. Doesn't end there though. We also have the ADA transition plan, streetlight needs, transit capital improvements that are necessary, the Vision Zero action plan done by Sonoma County and for us, and also then the Sonoma County comprehensive transportation plan that we have included a long list of projects for. We also have a list of bridges that need inspection and repair. We have safe routes to school plans put together by advocates and the schools, and we have a long list of facilities needs also. I'm going to share again the slide from the May presentation that just as a reminder of the scale of the challenge that we face. When we come back to you for the next step of this, we're going to update this showing kind of the results of this prioritization program. I anticipate that some of these things will come off the list based on what we talk about today and what we move forward, so that we won't feel quite like we're drowning looking at that slide. Over the last 8 years or so, our capital improvement program funding for TPW has ebbed and flowed, but right now we're in a bit of a lull. If we just kept up with inflation from 8 years ago, we're now 44% under that. So again, we're swimming upstream here to try to keep up, and we've got to be smarter with this money. So moving forward to a prioritization methodology, how do we do this? Part of me thinks that you've done it for us already. By setting the strategic plan goals, I think that these are our goals too. And that's something that during the feedback I'd like to hear your thoughts on. I think that, you know, we could pick specifically addressing climate change, achieving and maintaining fiscal sustainability, and fostering a safe, healthy, and inclusive community as our 3 main goals, and saying, you know, if a project doesn't do those 3 things, why are we pursuing it? So that's part of what I'd like your feedback to later on, is about if there are kind of gatekeeper requirements that we should have in terms of evaluating projects, that if it doesn't meet our climate, safety, and operations and maintenance goals, especially knowing the operational budget challenges that we have, should they even be on the list for prioritization, or should there be kind of a first step or a first tier check before we even review some of those projects? We looked at a number of comparator agencies, especially in the Bay Area, highlight San Jose and Oakland, and also Fremont and Hayward as you know, groups of similar size with similar challenges, and saw a common theme running through them and how they organized some of these. And I think these organizing principles that you see on the slide in front of you tie directly to those council goals that were on the previous slide. But focusing on metrics that reflect a investment in our historically underserved communities, improving the existing conditions that are out there, but also understanding what it looks like in terms of timing of projects, how ready they are, how we're able to collaborate with partners from Parks Department and Water Department and other agencies in the county to make sure that we're, again, both utilizing funds as best we can, but also doing so in a timely manner. We'll also have to wrestle, of course, with things that are required of us by other governmental entities. The next several slides it's too much text, but I wanted to put them up there for a discussion as some consideration of some metrics that we have been kicking around as potentially reflecting some of these different organizing principles. We've brainstormed more than 50. Some of them are very duplicative of one another. Some of them we don't have complete data for. They're great ideas, but it would take a huge effort to compile data. But some of them are very obvious. One of the items that I want to present as a potential option is that we could have 12, 15, 20 metrics to prioritize these projects, all of which would be worthy. I think that runs the potential risk of overcomplicating the issue, knowing that how little funding we have compared to our total need. A project is going to have to be very strong in basically all the metrics that we select to rise to the top. So I think we could probably do that with a handful of metrics instead of making this overcomplicated. But I want to highlight some of those things. So if we're looking at, from an equity point of view, we have MTC's equity priority communities defined for us that present us a geographic area. We could look at proximity to parks and schools or existing or permitted affordable housing as opportunities to highlight the populations that are potentially most vulnerable or need that investment in the areas that they're traveling. With respect to the environment and climate change, and we could be looking at the proximity to our existing and future bicycle and transit networks. We can also be looking towards residential or commercial density as opportunities to potentially invest in projects that meet our climate goals. I'll also say that in reviewing the greenhouse gas reduction strategy, our general plan only shows about 17 miles, I think it is, of new roadway or wider roadways. I'm going to get this number right because it kind of blew me away. Yeah, 17.3 miles addition. That additional mileage leads to an additional 58 million vehicle miles traveled per year. So less than 2.5% of our roadway network expansion results in an additional 58 miles of VMT every year. I think we need to wrestle with roadway widening projects, new roadways, and about whether or not they're serving communities and connecting them, or if they're really working against some of our climate and safety goals. I also want to share some opportunities around the improvements that can be compared to the existing condition. I think the most frequent complaint I get is about pavement conditions, and I think we could take this opportunity to center more of our funding around improving our pavement maintenance program and committing more resources to that. We also have a number of sidewalks that are not up to snuff. We have missing sidewalks throughout the city. These are small scale but huge improvements to the community members that use them or would use them every day. For things like economic prosperity, we could be looking at whether or not the project is, who's using it and how many people are using it right now, or who's living and working around the area of the potential project, both now and in the future per our updated general plan. And again, going back to health and safety, we could be looking at the high injury network that we talked about 2 weeks ago. We could be looking at our evacuation routing plan. We could be looking at conditions of roadways that exhibit the same characteristics of some of those streets on the high injury network, but we haven't seen the crashes occur yet, and trying to take a more proactive approach. And I also don't want to mistake the realities of the situation too. These projects have to be more timely in terms of the delivery. I think one of the complaints we get the most is somebody will hear about a project or see it on a CIP list, and then it takes years and years to develop. I think that's partially a mistake in how this has been presented potentially in the past in terms of the capital projects team wanting to move forward with a project they know is fully funded, and not participating or not developing the project and designing it until they know, given all the other constraints and demands on their time. This, I think, will help us by laying out a plan into the future that shows at least somewhat of a commitment or a 5-year plan in terms of how we're spending that money, and we can think ahead a little bit more. And again, obviously, we'll be looking for collaboration with other people to make sure that we're utilizing economies of scale as best we can and jumping on board with their projects or making sure that they're part of ours. For next steps as part of this process, we're going to go to the Community Advisory Board. I've been advised that September meeting might be canceled, so that might be pushed to October. After your feedback today, I want to come back to you in November or December and show you the results of what this looks like laid out, what projects actually get prioritized, and essentially it would be a draft of our fiscal year 25-26 capital improvement program. That doesn't need to be finalized right there. We can have feedback, but we'll get the CIP budget typically in early February, and I'd love to be able to just plug in the results of this exercise and not have too much debate about it. We'll just need this to be complete by the time that we actually do present the budget to you come early May next year, and I know finance will like it if we're ready for that way in advance of that. So I'm here, I ran through that quickly, but I'm here specifically to ask for your feedback about, do the council goals for our city strategic plan make sense as kind of our organizing principles? Are there specific metrics that we talked about that you like or don't like, something that we missed? Do you like the kind of pass-fail system of a kind of a screen check before projects even get into this prioritization methodology, and making sure that they're, what are those checks that we want to do? I said climate, safety, operational, and fiscal sustainability. Do those make sense to you, or do other things make sense? And then our process, I've mentioned, I shared the Community Advisory Board. Coming back to you, are there steps in that process that we're missing? Anybody else that we should engage with as part of this? That concludes the presentation, and I'm happy to answer questions or take notes on your feedback.
Thank you for that presentation. Looking to council to see if there are any questions. Yes. Seeing no questions from council members, we'll go ahead and go to public comment on this item. Madam Deputy City Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor. We are now taking public comment on item 4.1. If you are in the council chamber and would like to comment but have not provided a speaker card or your name, please make your way to the podium. You'll have 3 minutes, and a countdown timer will alert at the end of the period. As you approach the podium, please state your name for the record if you choose to do so. First up will be Eris, followed by Callum. Eris,
Hi.
please.
Waiting for the timer. There we go. Okay. Eris Weaver, Executive Director of the Sonoma County Bicycle Coalition. I am really happy to see this whole prioritization thing taking place. It's addressing a gap between, we have all of these very long-term plans and then doing budgeting on a year-by-year basis. It's this missing middle, and I think this is a great exercise to be doing. In terms of all of those, metrics and what goals should be the most important, I of course lean toward climate, safety, and equity as the most important factors in prioritizing things. And from the climate and safety, both points of view. I agree that new roadways and widening roadways should be removed from the list because they increase VMT and decrease safety. We need to be doing things that encourage people to get out of the cars instead of making it easier for them to drive them more. I did have a question about thought or puzzling around one of the metrics about looking at the pavement condition index is it's never been clear to me whether that index looks separately at or includes pavement of the Class 1 bike paths and also the condition of the pavement in a bike lane versus the travel lane, because those can often be very different, where the condition is nice for the cars and really crappy for the bikes. And the need for making sure that maintenance of those is included in all of this. It's always been bothersome to me to see jurisdictions making new bike facilities. I mean, that's a great thing, but then the existing ones are often not as good shape. So making sure that pavement on the bikeways is also taken care of. But good work. Looking forward to see the next iteration. Thanks.
Next up is Callum, and then if you'd like to speak on this item, please make your way to the podium.
Good afternoon, Callum Weeks. Speaking mostly as a resident today, resident of the JC neighborhood specifically, and just really grateful and super thrilled to see that the bicycle pedestrian overpass is going forward. As someone that would benefit and enjoy having that connectivity, I am beyond thrilled to see this finally happening. It's been a long while. We've been talking about this for many, many years, so it's super exciting to see this move forward. And I'd also just like to uplift and echo all the comments Eris made. We got to really focus on safety. One of the things I noticed today as I was driving towards Caritas was, there are some concerns rounding that corner. It comes up pretty quickly, and there was someone crossing, and I was going the speed limit, and I felt like I had to slam on my brakes. So I think things like, bicycle pedestrian safety investments are 100% a focal point and a priority, so we can at all costs avoid collisions and any additional casualties. So with that, thank you so much. Really appreciate your work, and looking forward to seeing this all happen.
Please go ahead when you're ready.
Thanks. Chris Gunther with Bikeable Santa Rosa. We submitted a letter. I won't reiterate what it said, so I'll keep it brief. I just wanted to add a couple points based on the presentation. One is to say, and I know the council members know this, when our campaign first started organizing, one of the things we discovered really quickly is we did have really great goals in the city, and we've been to all the council goal setting sessions. We felt the council has really helped us sharpen those goals, and it's just really amazing to be at the point of talking about very seriously aligning our decision making to those goals. And just to reiterate what Eris said, for a long time it's felt like there was a gap there, so just really applaud this very concerted effort to do that. I also, in that vein, want to bring up, we talk about this sometimes, and I know the council knows, the Strong Towns movement. The founder, Chuck Marone, talks about how important it is that traffic engineers, as much as we love them and they do a very good job optimizing for certain things, are not the right people to set the goals and values that govern how we invest our funds, how we shape the environment where transportation occurs. That's the job of the council and the community and their elected representatives in the council. So this is an opportunity to take that very seriously, and so I hope that the council will lean in and seize this opportunity, because this will shape what the city looks like for years to come. The last thing is I just want to reiterate how important it is to us. What we always talk about is the viability of the network for allowing people to rely on non-car means of transportation. They need cars too, we need to keep that working, but in order for them to shift modes, to reduce vehicle miles traveled, they actually need to be able to get where they're going. And the problem we have now is we have great individual components, not a complete network. So I really want to push for efforts for the metrics to actually take account of the network and not simply reward us for continuing to build one-off projects that don't necessarily connect the network. I know the staff understands that really well and is looking to fill those gaps, but even better if we have some means of looking at that objectively and knowing when we're going to get a lot of bang for our buck in terms of actually getting mode shift and getting people out of their cars and moving in different ways and able to meet their needs. Thanks.
Thank you. Mayor, I'm seeing no one else approach the podium to speak on this item.
Thank you. Bringing it back to council for any comments. Councilmember Okrepke.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Great presentation. You've broken it down pretty simply, and in looking at what you're looking for feedback as I scroll to it, I think primarily for me, the one thing that I would like to say is that the first metric should be anything that is related to fire recovery or that has federal or state funds associated with it. I think those should be at the top of the list because we've made promises on those. We've submitted a ton of work to get those done. But I do agree that what you've proposed for your potential metrics, environment and sustainability, equity are all great. The one thing I would also like to focus on is deliverability. You know, if we have $5 million of discretionary funds for a $100 million project, is it prudent to put $100 million, set it aside because that's never going to get funded when we could do a lot with $5 million. You know, the big shiny things are great, but we can do a lot of good work with a modest amount of money. So I appreciate the metrics you put forward and underscored here. And yeah, I would just like to say that those are three things I would like you to keep in mind on a regular basis.
Yeah, thank you for that. I think deliverability is important for staff too. It can be frustrating to work on projects that seem to have no end. And I think this will help morale quite a bit too, which will kind of inadvertently support another council goal of making staff feel better and seeing progress from their work. So thank you for that comment.
Councilmember Fleming.
Thank you. Excellent presentation. I love that you're connecting council goals to our capital improvements and maintenance. I'd like to see us focus on two primary things, safety and feasibility, which includes, of course, fire recovery, but also just basic safety, especially for pedestrian and bike safety in particular. Thrilled to see the bike ped overcross go forward. That's going to be a game changer for the junior college neighborhood and for Jennings. It's going to be a big deal, and we can't wait to see that happen. Yeah, this is really good stuff.
And thank you for highlighting the feasibility. I think going through this will establish a project list that we can all feel comfortable about moving forward with and having each of these projects evaluated on jointly decided criteria.
And I like the idea of having all the projects that need to be done laid out and ordering them according to something, and then having a reasonable sense of how long they should take so that the public can say, okay, we're talking about this project now, it's probably 10 years out. Another emphasis I'd like to see is on maintenance of existing infrastructure. I think that it's really important that we don't put in something that's an asset and let it go, but I think that where the council sometimes, and maybe staff as well, get a little stuck is that we want a new thing. And so we've got to figure out a way to balance the need for something new and not using the idea of maintaining past infrastructure on delaying something that's absolutely vital. Sort of like something needs like a go to the front criteria, and that would be interesting to see coming back.
Councilmember Rogers.
First of all, just thank you so much for your work on this. I know you got a lot of support from council members on prioritizing projects that make our community safer, whether it's walkability or bikeability, but I think we should continue to prioritize that. I also, to Councilmember Okrepke's comment about promises and about things that have funding attached to them. I think that both of those are good metrics to use with that overlay of deliverability as a filter. Just because we get a couple dollars for something doesn't mean that it's going to be deliverable. And so I know it's easy for us to lose sight of the prize. And then I also want to put in a quick plug, and I know Jason Nutt's probably already staring at me for this, but a quick plug for making sure that when we do projects that we finish the projects. And I'm specifically going to mention Pearson again, that it is slated, I think, now in 2026. So it got pushed back a little to get repaved. And I know that many of those neighbors are pushing to get sidewalks and drains as part of the original annexation agreement. And I'm sure my colleague over here can talk about other parts of the community that are feeling the same from that discussion, where we have dedicated funds that came into our community to deliver services to those who are joining us. So I want to continue to plug that. The other one that I haven't really seen, and I know that it'll be departmental, is we do have quite a few folks in the community who are looking at capital improvement projects, and specifically trees, for the health aspects, for the safety aspects. And so just making sure we have somewhere in here that we can evaluate and push that forward as part of our projects as well. And then final plug to Chris's point, I want to make sure that we have an actual network that we can use. It doesn't really help to ride a bike lane for about 3 feet before you run out of a bike lane. So again, thank you so much for all the work you're doing.
Only 3 feet. Councilmember Alvarez.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. In no way am I complaining. In fact, I want to applaud the efforts of city staff when it comes to District 1 and the amount of improvements that I've seen in District 1. With that said, momentum is key, so I hope that keeps going. And I would like to remind everyone the difference between equality and equity. The reality is one taco might not be sufficient for some of my colleagues as it might be for me. So with that being said, remember to feed and quench our hunger. I appreciate it.
Councilmember, you should see a whole lot of work happening in District 1 in the coming weeks with the pavement maintenance kicking off.
Vice Mayor Stapp.
I'm mainly going to echo all the comments that my colleagues have made, but with a specific emphasis on safety and deliverability. The ripple effects from your presentation a couple of weeks ago on road safety continue to echo. I receive constituent comments daily, if not weekly, about bike and pedestrian safety in the city. Any focus on that area is much appreciated by residents. I loved the overall focus of your overall approach to organizing capital projects, bringing a bit more focus and logic into how we're pursuing those projects, again with an eye to deliverability. I'm glad that Chris mentioned strong towns. If I remember that book correctly, one of the big points of emphasis in the book was to pick projects that can be done, or pick the cheapest, easiest, fastest project to deliver and build from there. And we've seen some examples of that recently with the road improvements that have come into play, which is of course another key issue that constituents mention all the time. You mentioned resurfacing, but even just painting the roadways, the new striping, the fixing of the sidewalks, those smaller dollar projects make such a big difference. And again, just with the improvements that have been made over the course of the last year, we've seen that. We've got some big flashy projects underway with Hearn Ave and soon the bike ped overpass. So we're going to have some really fun, larger projects, but I do like your emphasis on the smaller, immediately deliverable projects. Those make such a big difference. Thank you.
If you guys will come to ribbon cuttings for small projects, we'll have them too. We don't need to do it just for the big ones.
Count me in.
Okay.
All right. So I'll wrap us up and just say I also enjoyed your presentation. Climate safety, equity, although Councilmember Alvarez says equality, and also the council goals, I think are really important for us to follow. One of the things that I was thinking about was yes, marginalized communities, but when we look at equality and equity, we're also looking at the ability to get around. And a lot of our kids or people that cannot afford vehicles, bike and pedestrians, making sure that those are safe and that they can get around safely is very key and important. But back to the kids. Our kids, their only means of transportation is to either walk, bike, skateboard. So they have a lot of wheels, but they're just not the four wheels that are in mode of transportation of a vehicle, unless their parents are driving them. So I think that it's really important that we continue on our bike ped focus. And I forgot what it was, but I think one of the public commenters said something about how much road bike pedestrian improvements we've done over a period of time, and it was stunning to know that it was very little. Although I'm very pleased, and it's better than nothing, I would like to see us do more and focus on that more. And yes, deliverability. Councilmember Okrepke hit that on the nail. And moving funds where they can actually finish projects instead of sitting in buckets where they're not going to finish projects. And with that, do you have...
Thank you very much for the feedback. That was very, very helpful.
Perfect. Thank you very much for that presentation. And seeing that it is 4:22, we're going to roll into our regular meeting. So, item 6, report on closed session. Madam City Attorney.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We did just have a study session that just completed on prioritization of our CIP programs, capital improvement programs. Prior to that, there were two closed session items. I'm going to announce that Councilmember Chris Rogers participated in the closed session, and there is no reportable action on those items. And that concludes my report.
Thank you. Madam Deputy City Clerk, can you please facilitate public comment on this item?
We are now taking public comment on item 6.1. If you are in the council chamber would like to comment but have not provided a speaker card or your name, please make your way to the podium. You will have 3 minutes. Seeing no public comment on this item.
Thank you. Proceeding to item 7, which is our proclamation for this afternoon, which will be read by Councilmember Fleming.
Thank you, Mayor. Whereas on August 26, 2024, we mark the 104th anniversary of the enactment of the 19th Amendment to the United States Constitution, which secured the right to vote for women. And whereas in 1976, the Sonoma County Board of Supervisors established one of the first commissions on the status of women in the state of California with the purpose of promoting equal rights and opportunities that enhance the quality of life for all women and girls and addressing issues of discrimination and prejudice that negatively affect women in Sonoma County. And whereas women now constitute nearly 50% of our workforce, the majority of the students in our colleges and graduate schools, an increasing number of primary breadwinners, and whereas in 2023, Sonoma County women working full-time earned 86% of what men earned, and those women worked in agriculture and service areas earned even less. Whereas even with the gains women have made, work remains to be done in many areas that directly impact equal pay for equal work, including access to quality, affordable childcare, affordable housing, and comprehensive health care for women, including reproductive and mental health care. And whereas this mandate for Women's Equality Day in 2024 is to invest in women and girls to accelerate the progress of our country. Now, therefore, may it be resolved that Natalie Rogers, Mayor of the City of Santa Rosa, on behalf of the entire City Council, in recognition of our community, does hereby proclaim August 26, 2024, Women's Equality Day. And you can clap if you like. But before the mayor hands it over to the recipients, I just want to say that it's really cool to read this. I got to read this proclamation 4 years ago when it was the 100th anniversary, and thinking about my grandmothers who hadn't been able to vote. And this week seems like an especially auspicious week to be reading this proclamation. So, thank you.
And with that, I would like to invite the representatives that will be receiving the proclamation to make a public comment at this time, if you would like to do so. And after that, Madam Deputy City Clerk, if we can facilitate public comment. Thank you.
Good evening, City Council, City of Santa Rosa employees, and residents of Santa Rosa. My name is Anna Diaz-Garcia of Roseland, and with me today is Vice Chair Melanie Carter-Jones, and we are on the Commission on the Status of Women in Sonoma County, serving District 3. We wanted to personally thank our mayor for allowing us to accept this proclamation honoring Women's Equality Day, which will be this following Monday, August 26, 2024. Today we gather to celebrate Women's Equality Day. We honor the courageous women who stood boldly before us in the White House, risking their freedom to demand their right to vote. Their unyielding spirit and extreme efforts paved the way for generations of women to have a voice in shaping our future. Because of their bravery, we are now in an era where a woman can inspire and hold political office, own property as a single woman on a grand deed, and be able to vote. We are witnessing remarkable strides of women of color serving as mayors, city managers, and city attorneys, as the City of Santa Rosa currently holds. Also, we have 2 former commissioners who served on the Commission on the Status of Women who now serve as city councilwomen in Santa Rosa. Yet our journey is far from complete. Women of color are still being paid less, 69 cents of every dollar that a man makes. The path we pave today will shape the opportunity and equality for our granddaughters and granddaughters. As we acknowledge that the process, let us remember that our work continues. Let us draw strength and inspiration from the women who fought for our rights and embraced our world in this ongoing struggle. By building on our ancestors of women's legacy with hope, determination, and acknowledging their strength for a better tomorrow, we can create a future where every woman's potential is fully recognized. Thank you to those who came before us and those who continue to fight for equality. Together, we move forward with the promise of a more equitable world for us all. Thank you.
Thank you. We are now taking public comment. Oh, did you wish? Okay. We are now taking public comment on item 7.1. If you are in the council chamber and would like to comment but have not provided a speaker card or your name, please make your way to the podium. You will have 3 minutes and a countdown timer will alert at the end of that period. I am seeing no one approach the podium for public comment.
And with that, I would like to welcome down Anna and Melanie, see if you guys would like to take a picture with the council and receive the proclamation. All right, we're going to continue with our agenda for today. We're going to take some items out of order. And instead of proceeding to item 8, which are our staff briefings, we will come back to that, but we will now go to item 11.1.12.1. This is approval of Vice Mayor Mark Stapp's absence from the regular City Council meeting. Vice Mayor has submitted a notice that he will be absent from the city from September 6, 2024 through September 14, 2024, and will not attend the September 10, 2024 regular City Council meeting. Rule IF of the City Council procedures and protocols provide that if a council member is absent without council permission from all regular City Council meetings for 30 days consecutively from the last regular meeting he or she attends, his or her office becomes vacant and shall be filled as any other vacancy. As Vice Mayor Stapp plans to attend the August 20th, 2024 regular City Council meeting and not attend a regular council meeting again until September 24th, 2024, as the September 17th, 2024 regular council meeting was canceled. He will have been absent from all regular council meetings for more than 30 consecutive days within the meaning of Rule IF. The city attorney recommends excusing Vice Mayor Stapp's absence from the regular council meeting through the end of September out of an abundance of caution should he be unable to attend the 2024 regular council meeting as currently planned, the September 2024 regular council meeting as currently planned. So it is recommended by the city attorney that the council by motion approve Vice Mayor Stapp's absence from the regular city council meeting from August 21st, 2024 through the end of September 2024. Council Member Rogers.
Thanks, Mayor. I'm also hoping, can we just bring a fix to this policy? Because the way that it's currently structured, if a council member is, say, has a baby, which has happened, and misses a council meeting, but intends to come back for the next council meeting and gets in a car crash on their way to council, theoretically, they're out of a seat. That's clearly not what the intent is. Clearly, the intent is to make sure the council members are dedicated to the job, not playing police over whether or not somebody has an emergency. So I think I can make a motion that we bring that back for a fix, but I actually think it's within the authority of the mayor to bring a policy forward for consideration.
I'm sorry, apparently I'm button challenged this evening. If we could certainly, Mayor could certainly ask that the item come forward, or you could do your two-step process. Alternatively, I think the city manager could decide to bring it forward on her own accord. I think any of those processes would work. All right, so if we can bring that forward, then that would be great for the council to address that if we can have it on a future.
And also I'm supportive of Mark doing this.
Perfect. Councilmember or Vice Mayor Stapp.
Just a quick clarification in case it didn't come through. I'm going on an 8-day vacation with my mom and my wife. I'm only missing one meeting. I don't want to be tarred as a council deadbeat. So I will be at all the other meetings. Thank you.
All right, so we'll now take public comment on this item.
We are now taking public comment on item 11.1.12.1. If you are in the council chamber and would like to comment, please make your way to the podium. I'm seeing no one approach the podium for public comment.
Thank you. So do we have a motion? Councilmember Alvarez?
Thank you. I'd like to make a motion to move to approve Vice Mayor Stapp's absences from regular City Council meetings from August 21st, 2024 through the end of September 2024.
Second.
We have a motion made by Councilmember Alvarez and a second by Councilmember Rogers. Madam Deputy City Clerk, may you please call the vote?
Councilmember Rogers?
Aye.
Councilmember Okrepke?
Aye.
Councilmember McDonald is absent. Councilmember Fleming?
Yes.
Councilmember Alvarez?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Stapp?
Aye.
Mayor Rogers?
Aye.
The motion passes with 6 affirmative votes with Councilmember McDonald absent.
Thank you very much. And it has also been identified of a need to hear a council item regarding another council member's absence based on similar rulings as identified on item 11.1.12.1, but it did not appear on the final agenda published on August 14, 2024. So I will now hand it over to Madam City Attorney so she can explain the item needing to be added to the agenda, which is the first step, and then the additional process that we just did in order to hear that item. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It has been identified of a need. I'm here looking at another part of the agenda, so let me try that again. Councilmember McDonald had an unexpected need to be absent from today's council meeting, and the next regularly scheduled council meeting is on September 10th. Councilmember McDonald last attended the last regular meeting, which was August 6th. And under the same rule that we were just talking about, Rule IF of the City Council Procedures and Protocols, it will be, because she's missing today, it will be 30 consecutive days that she has missed because of the way the council meetings fall around their Labor Day holiday. This absence was unanticipated. And the reason for the absence did not arise until after the final agenda was published on August the 14th. And so the City Council must make a determination to hear the item before any action can be taken to consider whether to excuse her. Under the Brown Act, the City Council can take action on an item not appearing on the final agenda, but there is a two-step process, and there has to be a determination by two-thirds vote. Two-thirds for this body is 5 members, if there are 5 members present, otherwise a unanimous vote of the members present. You currently have 6 members at the dais, and so we would need at least 5 members to vote affirmatively to hear today the question and the item about whether to excuse Councilmember McDonald. The city's open government ordinance has the identical language and the identical requirement and process that's set forth under the Brown Act as well. And so for similar reasons as the last item that you just heard, it is my recommendation that the council, number 1, make a determination to hear the item that did not appear on the agenda due to an immediate need to take action, and that need arose after it came to the city's attention after the final agenda was posted. And then the second part would be to approve Councilmember McDonald's absences from regular City Council meetings through September 13th, 2024. She has currently planned to only miss today's meeting and plans to attend the next one. But as I have with each of you that has had found yourself in this circumstance, I am suggesting that council approve a little further along, just out of an abundance of caution, should there be a last-minute reason why a council member can't attend. So my recommendation here would be to approve her absences through September 13, 2024, but I do understand that she intends to be here at our next meeting on September the 10th. And with that, if there are any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Looking to council to see if there are any questions with this process. Seeing none, Madam Deputy City Clerk, can you please facilitate public comment?
We are now taking public comment on this item. If you're in the council chamber, would like to comment but have not provided a speaker card or your name, please make your way to the podium. You will have 3 minutes and a countdown timer will alert at the end of the period. As you approach the podium, please state your name for the record if you choose to do so.
And for clarification, this is public comment on us adding it to the agenda.
Please go ahead when you're ready.
When you're ready, you put up the clock. Time limit democracy.
There you go.
Hello, my name is Dwayne DeWitt, and I'm from Roseland, and I'm quite interested in this being on the agenda. I do think it's a very important matter because in the past we've actually had council members pushed off of the council from meetings that they weren't attending enough, as what one of the reasons was said in the past. So now we've had less meetings. It's set up now so it's every other week for meetings. So one would hope that it's easier to make it to meetings and to have a real long time without coming to meetings is something that's very important. So I hope you'll treat this as an agenda item with more discussion during the item when we hear what your rationale is, why you're letting these things happen. If you don't remember, the council member Julie Combs was actually pushed off of the council in the past due to missing meetings. So it's really important that we in the public understand how this is going to be handled and how you can get a 6-week basic vacation from this activity. It's really an important activity to be a part of a city council. So the more news we can use, the better off we'll be. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. It appears we have no additional comment on this item.
Thank you. And with that, I'll bring it back to council to see if I can get a motion to actually add it onto the agenda. Councilmember Rogers, do you have a comment?
Just as a point of clarification, Councilmember Combs left the council when she moved to Ecuador without telling the council she was moving to Ecuador. So I didn't want it to look like people were willy-nilly pushing council members off the dais. That has not happened. But I'd be happy to make a motion to add this to the council agenda.
Second.
We have a motion made and a second from Vice Mayor Stapp. Madam Deputy City Clerk, may you please call the vote?
Councilmember Rogers?
Aye.
Councilmember Okrepke?
Aye.
Councilmember McDonald is absent. Councilmember Fleming?
Yes.
Councilmember Alvarez?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Stapp?
Aye.
Mayor Rogers?
Aye.
The motion passes with 6 affirmative votes and Councilmember McDonald absent.
All right. And much like the process we just did with Councilmember Stapp, looking to council to see if there's any clarification needed before we go to public comment. Seeing none, Madam Deputy City Clerk, may you please facilitate public comment on the actual item.
We are now taking public comment on this item 11.12.1, Councilmember McDonald's absence. If you are in the council chamber and would like to comment but have not provided a speaker card to your name, please make your way to the podium. You'll have 3 minutes and a countdown timer will alert at the end of that period.
Hello, my name is Dwayne DeWitt. I'm from Roseland. I'd like to clarify something that was just mentioned by Mr. Rogers. At the time that Ms. Combs was pushed off of the council by other political players on the council, she was in the process of buying a property in Ecuador because her husband wanted to move there due to health reasons. They still had their address here in Santa Rosa, and political play was happening at the time. You can still contact Ms. Combs if you want to have a verification of that situation. The reason why it's important is because when we elect people to be on a board or commission or any type of governmental activity, we want them to be there as often as possible. And that's something that everyone is pretty much held to back when we had the meetings every week. And it's only become the last couple of years that many council members have felt that it's more of a burden to have this every week type meeting. So now we're down to every other week. And many in the community feel like, well, you know, you're jam-packing these agendas so that the consent items, you'll frequently have a dozen different items on there, and there's no real opportunity for a discussion of those items in any kind of depth. And then you'll also say to the community, oh, and by the way, on all 13 of those items, you're only going to have 3 minutes to speak on any of them. Whereas in the past, there had been a situation where they were each seen as a discrete and separate item, and you could ask to speak on that item and have it be set aside. That was before all of you got here, and I understand you feel like, oh, well, that's too onerous. But no, for the public, it actually is helpful to be able to have discussions about items, especially because now also you do big awards of large amounts of money. In the past, it was set up so that the public could speak on an item, especially if it was going to be over $100,000 being allocated for something. Now, you've got it to where you'll give up $1 million, and you'll often go even beyond that. So just keep it in mind that it's not about just making things more, one might say, accountable, because of what we talked about in the Open Government Task Force 10 years ago. It's also about having a public that believes in our governmental system working for the benefit of the public, not just the corporation that you are now representing when you're down there on the dais. So thank you very much for your time. Thank you for your comments, Mr. Rogers. And I do believe any of you could contact Ms. Combs and double check on what I have said. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any additional speakers for this item? I'm seeing no one else approach the podium.
Thank you very much. And bringing it back to council to see if we can go ahead and get a motion to approve Councilmember McDonald's absence.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion made by Councilmember Rogers and a second by Councilmember Fleming. And with that, Madam Deputy City Clerk, may you please call the vote?
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Rogers?
Aye.
Councilmember Okrepke?
Aye.
Councilmember McDonald is absent. Councilmember Fleming?
Yes.
Councilmember Alvarez?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Stapp?
Aye.
Mayor Rogers?
Aye.
The motion passes with 6 affirmative votes with Councilmember McDonald absent.
Perfect. Thank you so much. And with that, we will continue with item 8, our staff briefings. Madam City Manager.
Item 8.1, Redwood Bike Share Pilot Program.
Good afternoon, Mayor, council members, and all my friends that are also in the room. My name is Tarina Wilson. I'm the city's transportation planner. In full transparency, I'm here on behalf of Alexander Oseguera, who's the city's active transportation planner. He has been serving as the more project manager on the city side of this initiative, but he is taking some well-deserved time off after all of the projects that we've been launching this summer. So I'm happy to be here to represent. I do have with me Dana Teray. She's a senior transportation planner with the Sonoma County Transportation Authority, and she's the project manager from that SCTA side. So if you have any questions, she'll be able to answer those. But I'll move forward with the talking points that I have prepared. So I think this will be a quick one. So I'm here to announce the upcoming launch of the Redwood Bike Share program. It's a collaboration between SMART, Sonoma County Transportation Agency, and the Transportation Authority of Marin, as well as all of the Sonoma and Marin jurisdictions that have a smart station. The Redwood Bike Share Program, it's a 2-year pilot program that's going to launch electric bicycles along the entire SMART corridor in both Sonoma and Marin counties. And there's going to be, in addition to the e-bike stations at each SMART station, there's a lot of stations involved, there will also be bike share stations in each of the jurisdictions that do have the smart station. So you won't just be going in between each smart station, you can use them to go into the communities. The purpose of the program is to provide a micromobility solution to get people from the SMART train to popular destinations in each jurisdiction. And I want to note that you don't necessarily need to be a rider of the SMART train to use this program. So I'm going to switch the screen here. These are going to be locations that are going to exist in Santa Rosa. So you could go between these locations. You don't have to get off SMART to be able to get on. So it will serve a larger population than just SMART riders in the community. The program's being operated by a vendor named Drop Mobility, and it's funded through a pilot from the Metropolitan Transportation Commission. The entire program in both counties will have approximately 300 bikes. This first slide that I have here is a mock-up image of what the bike will look like. The Redwood Bike Share is the name of the program, and the branding was come up, or it was drawn up together with the local jurisdictions, SMART, SCTA, and TAM staff. So it was a collaborative effort. In Santa Rosa, we expect to see approximately 80 bikes in approximately 10 locations, which you're seeing on the slide here. Some highlights include downtown, Matote Food Park, the Santa Rosa Junior College, and the Coddingtown Transit Center. The program is a hub-to-hub model, which means that a user needs to travel from one hub to another to be able to end the trip. You can't, when we had the scooters, you could pick up a scooter and you could leave it wherever your destination is. But this model is functioning a little bit more, you have to go to a hub to be able to end your trip. There's going to be various pricing models, so you'll be able to pay as you go, you could pay monthly, or you could pay on an annual basis. And there's going to be an equity component of the program that makes it more affordable for low-income individuals. The operator has also agreed to a 90-10 split in revenue, which means that some of the funds that are generated from the program will go back into the program and help us maintain it. And then my final thing to announce is that the launch is anticipated for later summer 2024, so it should be in the coming months. They're finalizing a couple aspects of the program, and then we should be ready to rock, or ride, I guess. And that's it from me, so let me know if you have any questions or comments.
Thank you for that. Looking to council to see if there are any questions. Councilmember Fleming.
Yeah. Thank you, Torina. I'm curious, you mentioned that 10% will revert back to us to maintain the program. What are we looking at having to maintain, and will that be sufficient funding?
Yeah, thank you for that question. So 10% of the revenues that are generated through user fees will go back into the program, and that will essentially build up for continuing the program after the 2-year pilot program that the grant is funding. We do anticipate needing additional funding in addition to that 10% that's generated over the pilot period to keep the program going. And we will be, as soon as we launch the program, we will be starting to look into the future to figure out where that funding will come from.
Okay. I'm just trying to understand, so the third party, a commercial enterprise, continues to get 90% forever, but has no ongoing maintenance responsibilities for that program?
So that 90% that they're getting for the revenues is contributed to operating the program. The grant is only covering roughly, half, maybe 60% of what the actual costs to operate the program are. So those user fees, as well as, we may get some advertising sponsorship, will also contribute to the cost for operating the program.
But at 2 years when the grant expires, we're going to be on the hook for 50 or 60% of it, and we're hoping that getting 10% over 2 years is going to cover that?
We are hoping that that 10% will contribute to covering that. So we don't anticipate it covering extension of the operations entirely. We will be looking for other funding.
Okay. And just for reference, what is the value of the grant?
$826,000.
So about a little over 400 a year.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Alvarez?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm sad to see that we only have one hub in the entire South Santa Rosa corridor, but I'm understanding the word hub, and if you could help me understand exactly what constitutes a hub.
Yeah, so a hub is going to be just a collection of where the bikes end up getting parked. And so the only infrastructure that's really going in is the bike rack, as far as I know, and Dana can confirm that. But there will be 80 bikes within the city of Santa Rosa, and they, in the beginning, will be distributed pretty evenly between the sites, but then as users use them, they'll go to different spots. So we'll be able to track how popular a certain destination is, and there's, from what I understand, again, Dana can confirm, that there's some flexibility too in if there's a location that might not be working as well or proves to be problematic in some way, that we can look at moving stations around as well.
I would appreciate that greatly, especially considering our city bus routes and really District 1 and District 7 being a heavily pedestrian-friendly area. I'd hope that has some influence into the future of this program. Thank you.
Are there any additional comments from council members? Seeing none, Madam Deputy City Clerk, may you please facilitate public comment?
Thank you, Mayor. We are now taking public comment on item 8.1. If you are in the council chamber and would like to comment, but have not provided a speaker card or your name, please make your way to the podium. You will have 3 minutes and a countdown timer will alert at the end of that period. As you approach the podium, please state your name for the record if you choose to do so.
Hello, my name is Dwayne DeWitt. I'm from Roseland. Thank you for doing this. Should be quite an interesting pilot project. One of the things that's really important to keep in mind, which was first learned by the country of Denmark, which pioneered bike share 30 years ago with what they called City Bike and began to utilize it, is thievery. People steal the bikes. And if you want to have the bikes, it's really important that you find a way to make sure that they're not going to be stolen. This is really important for that hub in Roseland, because that spot you've chosen is already a hot spot for stolen bikes. Lots of people have already told me they get their bikes stolen down there. And if you pay attention to what goes on in our community, there's a number of people who make their living off of stolen bikes, chopping them up, getting the parts, doing what they do with them, and then getting whatever scratch they can together to do what's going on. So I'm very supportive of this. I'm supportive of Mr. Alvarez saying, yes, let's get more of these bikes over there in Roseland. But at the same time, very cautious, because one of the big legends of the Copenhagen, Denmark city bike program was a man from Poland who stole one of the bikes and rode it all the way back to Poland just to prove it could be done. And so these kinds of things, it's an amazing program in some senses, but it's a very expensive situation in others. So hopefully you'll find a way for this to pay for itself when you set it up for the credit card payments for the people to share the bikes. Thank you for your time. Oh, and you know what? More bike lanes in Roseland to make it safer for those people, especially on Dutton Avenue and on Burbank Avenue. Oh, you know what? Every road that you talk about out there, you need to have bike lanes. Thank you for your time.
I'm Eris Weaver, again with Sonoma County Bicycle Coalition. I would tag on to the previous comment that that bike theft isn't an issue just in Roseland. Citywide, it's an issue. Downtown is another hot spot. So I didn't want to let that sound as though that's the only place in town. I'm skeptically optimistic about this program. I've been watching it all these years since the grant was awarded before we've finally gotten to this point where they're going to be out. I'm a big user of bike share when I'm traveling. Not so much, around home, but when I'm traveling, it's a very convenient thing to happen. Part of my skepticism has just been around the fact that I'm not sure that we have the population density for it, nor that the density of how many bikes will be spread out among the two counties will be enough. But I'll tell you the source of my optimism about how well the program works here in the two counties. The person that Drop has hired as the manager for Redwood Bike Share is a longtime local resident cyclist, someone who's worked in the bike industry, longtime member of the Bicycle Coalition, longtime volunteer with our Safe Routes to School program. In fact, he got our Volunteer of the Award, Year of the Award last year. And so if anybody knows bikes in Sonoma County, it's Mark Azevedo. And so if anyone employee can make it work here in the county, I think he's the one who will do it. So I can't wait till the ribbon cutting.
Thank you. Mayor, we have no additional speakers for this item.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for that presentation. Moving on to item 9, City Manager and City Attorney reports. We will begin with Madam City Manager.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So the city is accepting some applications to fill vacancies for our boards, commissions, and some of our committees. Residents are encouraged to apply for these important volunteer positions, which provide opportunities for individuals to engage and assist city government. So to apply, go to srcity.org/boards. That is srcity.org/boards. Second update is in preparation for the Transit Mall rehabilitation project. The city is going to relocate the downtown Transit Mall to 1st Street in front of City Hall. This rehabilitation will occur beginning September the 3rd, and I sent this information out. We did a public information release. It will begin September the 3rd, and it is expected to take between 2 to 3 months. During this period, 1st Street access along the block, the 1st Street access along this block will be limited to public transit vehicles, and parking will be temporarily removed. The Transit Mall passenger service kiosk will be relocated to the City Hall Annex. There is additional information online as well. You can go to srcitybus.org/relocation for some additional details. Again, this begins September the 3rd, and from 1st Street, the 1st Street access will be limited to transit vehicles, and parking will be temporarily removed. And this Saturday at 10 a.m. to noon, our Parks Department will be hosting a community meeting at Lighthouse Christian Church on Bennett Valley Road to discuss and get some community feedback on the Martin Luther King Jr. Park and Trail Master Plan. We encourage all our residents to attend so they can have some input on the proposed park design and the amenities. Spanish interpretation and supervision for children will also be available. For more information, you can go to srcity.org/MLK Junior Park. Thank you.
Madam City Attorney.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I attached to the agenda materials is the litigation report for July 2024. There were no settlements over $50,000 finalized in the month of July. Our caseload remains fairly constant with approximately 39 litigation matters. Many cases are in the discovery phase and many with trial dates assigned. As always, we continue to try to resolve smaller cases at little to no cost to the city. And that is the end of my report.
Thank you, Madam Deputy City Clerk. Can you please facilitate public comment?
Thank you, Mayor. We are now taking public comment on item 9. If you are in the council chamber and would like to comment but have not provided a speaker card or your name, please make your way to the podium. I'm seeing no one approach the podium for public comment.
Thank you very much. Moving on to item 10, statements of abstention by council members. I would like to remind everyone that item 13.8 is being continued to the September 24, 2024 regular city council meeting. Item 13.8 is being continued to this meeting due to a lack of quorum for that item, given that council members would have to recuse today in the absences that we have. So with that, are there any other items that council members need to recuse themselves or abstain from? All right, seeing none, we will continue to item 11, Mayor and council members' reports. Are there any reports that need to be given? Councilmember Okrepke.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I was lucky enough to attend with some of my colleagues Santa Rosa Day at the fair. I'm sure more of them will go into more detail on that or not. But it was a great time going to the lunch as well as stand in the winner's circle with the jockey, which we were told that day they no longer allow the horse because of a previous incident, which kind of makes me feel a little bit better that they didn't allow the horse when we were there, not knowing what that previous incident was. But we were able to take a picture with the winning jockey. Last week, I was able to attend the California Catastrophic Response Council meeting regarding AB 1054 on behalf of Fairness for Fire Victims to advocate for a durability analysis to help make fire survivors that are involved in the Fire Victims Trust whole. I don't know how far we got with that, but we will still continue advocating. I was also able last week, along with Vice Mayor Stapp and City Manager Mayor Keisha Smith, to attend a panel with Leadership Santa Rosa to discuss local elected office and city and city council responsibilities, which ended up turning into a discussion which was kind of interesting about being more involved in your community, whether it be attending meetings, knowing what's going on, or running for office. It took an unexpected but pleasant turn into that conversation. So I'll just say I will continue to advocate for individuals to get involved in their communities through the city boards, commissions, or whatever else. And to that end, I'd like to take the opportunity to appoint Jude Freitas to the Community Advisory Board. And that's the end of my report.
Thank you, Councilmember Fleming.
Thank you. Yesterday, the Renewal Enterprise District met. Councilmember Alvarez and I were in attendance, and we got a wonderful report from our executive director, which described the 575 units which have been built and are currently leasing up in the downtown core, thanks to the city and the county's investment, and the 75 in process. We continue to look at essential function bonding, which is the ability to either build or put existing housing into trust, the public trust, which is, I say all that to front load the bad news, which I think everybody knows about the regional measure 4 last week on Wednesday being pulled from the ballot. Every community member or reporter I've spoken to has asked me, what are we going to do now that we're not going to have a $20 billion bond for housing throughout the region? And my answer is that we have to roll up our sleeves at the local level and do the things like Santa Rosa is already doing. And it's my personal commitment that we will get this bond back on the ballot in the future at an appropriate time. And that is a really difficult decision, and it was done so that it can pass sometime in the future. So if anybody has any questions, I'm here to answer them.
Councilmember Rogers.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to say a quick thank you and fond farewell to my Community Advisory Board member, Amy Holter. She has been a wonderful addition to the board, but notified me just a couple of weeks ago that she's, with her new job and new commitments, that she's unable to continue to serve. I do have a couple of folks that have reached out, wanted to make sure that I announced it with time for folks to reach out if they would like to get together and talk about the appointment. And I anticipate making it at our next council meeting. But I did want to just thank Amy for all of her service to the city of Santa Rosa.
Vice Mayor Stout.
Just two quick items from me. On August 11th, the Sonoma County Family Justice Center held their annual fundraiser, and I want to congratulate Executive Director Marcia Lucian for having another wonderful event. As I think most are aware, the Family Justice Center does such fantastic work for victims of violence and their families, victims of domestic violence in particular. And thanks also to District Attorney Carla Rodriguez for her support for the Family Justice Center. And it was nice to see it was nice to see the community rally around once again. And then on August 17th, the volunteers held another Prince Memorial Greenway Walk. Thank you very much to Steve Brady from Santa Rosa Water. He was one of the tour guides. Many of the volunteers from the Friends of the Prince Memorial Greenway showed up and showed off the work that they've been doing in that downtown space in terms of cleaning and enhancing the park. It was really a beautiful morning. The Greenway was full of cyclists and pedestrians. It is a jewel in that part of the community. We need to continue to give it love and continue to give it visibility. I guess I do have a third item because my colleague teed up the Sonoma County Fair, which many are aware is a favorite of mine. I'll point out the Press Democrat article that showed how the fair hit new heights in terms of the youth livestock auction. $2.3 million this year, which was up from last year. A lot of that money finds its way to local nonprofits, to young people considering careers in agriculture. And we're going to talk about that more later today with our Measure J discussion. And this year there was a new partnership with the Redwood Empire Food Bank. So bidders on livestock could donate their purchases directly to the food bank and provide food for our communities. Again, it was a great fair, and lots of great things come out of that gathering.
Councilmember Alvarez.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm always coming in the ninth inning, aren't I? More tacos. I want to announce the creation of the Roseland Chamber of Commerce. We had a meeting that a couple weeks ago where many of the concerned citizens of Roseland came together, and I think it goes to show that district elections are working. The people of District 1, specifically Roseland, understand that they have a seat at the table, and they know that their energy and their efforts are worth it. They're being heard, and that really goes a lot to show to the current council to make them, the community feel heard and appreciated. So I definitely want to appreciate the Roseland Chamber of Commerce for now existing, uniting, and moving our community forward. And to the first charter members and current members, Alma from La Tejanita, Jose from Sazon, Dwayne DeWitt, an advocate that we all know very well, and Mr. Barragan, a concerned citizen. So it's definitely comprised of many of the citizens that make up District 1 and Roseland. So we hope to hear from them soon. Thank you.
Thank you. So my report is on August 7th, Climate Action Subcommittee met, but no action was taken due to a lack of quorum. On August 8th, the Mayor and Council Member, Sonoma County Mayor and Council Member Association Board of Directors met, and we had a presentation by Gabe Osborne and Council Member Fleming regarding the EIFD. And during the general membership meeting, Chief Cregan provided a presentation about our in-response team. On August 10th, now 2024, had their statewide conference here in Santa Rosa at the Church of the Roses. And also on August 10th, the Wildfire Ready Resource Fair I was able to attend, which was a lot of people attended, and it was nice to see the community come together and learn how we can keep the community safe when it comes to wildfire preparedness. And before we take public comment, I would like to ask Madam City Attorney, does she have anything she would like to say?
No, I was realizing that because I was listening to you intently, you thought that I was giving you the cue that I wanted to talk. So I was just smiling back to say no.
Okay, I did.
Okay, sorry, thank you.
It's okay. And with that, Madam Deputy City Clerk, may you please facilitate public comment on our reports?
Thank you, Mayor. We are now taking public comment on item 11.1. If you are in the council chamber and would like to comment but have not provided a speaker card or your name, please make your way to the podium. I'm seeing no one approach the podium on this item.
Thank you. We have already taken 11.1.12, so we'll move on to item 12, which is approval of minutes. We have one set of minutes that needs to be approved today. That's August 6th, 2024, which is a regular council meeting. Council, are there any corrections to the minutes? All right. Madam Deputy City Clerk, can you please facilitate public comment on this item?
We are now taking public comment on item 12.1. If you are in the council chamber and would like to comment but have not provided a speaker card or your name, please make your way to the podium. Mayor, I'm seeing no one approach the podium for public comment.
Thank you very much. So we will adopt those minutes as presented. Moving on to item 13, our consent items. I know I've said this for like the 5th time, but item 13.8 is being continued to September 24, 2024, regular council meeting. And I will ask Madam Deputy City Clerk to please read the consent items.
Thank you, Mayor. Item 13.1 is a resolution, approval of amendment to purchase order 157176 with Target Solutions Learning LLC for the Fire Department Training Platform and Evaluations Plus module. 13.2 is a resolution, extension of blanket purchase order 167191 for asphalt concrete supplies to Bodine Company Incorporated. Item 13.3 is a resolution establishing speed limits to reduce vehicle speeds to between 25 to 40 miles per hour on 38 street segments citywide, including on streets in the high injury network. Item 13.4 is a resolution, appropriation of $813,966 in grant funding awarded under a sub-award agreement with Sonoma Water from the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation Water Smart Fiscal Year 2023 Water and Energy Efficiency Grants Program, funding for the Sonoma Marin Drought Resiliency Program to the Water Enterprise Fund. 13.5 is a resolution authorizing submittal of a grant application to the Association of Bay Area Governments Metropolitan Transportation Commission's Priority Conservation Area Grant Program for master planning and design of the Southeast Greenway project. 13.6 is a resolution, administrative cost recovery lien against the real property located at 1645 Humboldt Street, Santa Rosa, California, 95404. 13.7 is an ordinance adoption, second reading, subject to voter approval, ordinance of the City of Santa Rosa, amending Chapter 3-28 of the Santa Rosa City Code, entitled Transient Occupancy Tax, to increase by 2% the tax paid by guests at hotels, motels, and other lodging establishments. And 13.8 has been continued to September 24th.
Thank you. Bringing it back to council to see if there are any questions on any of the items. Seeing none, Madam Deputy City Clerk, may you please facilitate public comment?
We are now taking public comment on consent items 13.1 through 13.7. If you are in the council chamber and would like to comment but have not provided a speaker card or your name, please make your way to the podium. You will have 3 minutes and a countdown timer will alert at the end of that period. As you approach the podium, please state your name for the record if you choose to do so. First up will be Dwayne DeWitt.
Mile-per-hour speed limits on every street in Roseland and its periphery, especially Hearn Avenue, which is so very dangerous now, and Sebastopol Road, where once again we've had a fatality recently. The deliberate approach to slow traffic down has to happen with you folks. With you folks saying, look, throughout this entire densely populated 1.2 square mile area with over 10,000 people, you can slow down. No one should be rushing through there above 25 miles per hour. Then on 13.5, it's a really good situation that you're asking for this. I would respectfully also ask that you look back over to the west side, because in 2004, we put forward the Roseland Creek Concept Plan, which was approved by the City of Santa Rosa after $100,000 spent in the planning process. And we had approached, myself and others, MTC to talk about there being a priority development area along Sebastopol Road and a priority conservation area along Roseland Creek. And the idea was that it would run for miles from up at the start along Sebastopol Road, along through its area into Burbank Avenue, where the city now owns some property, and then further out along the creek going past Stony Point Road. It should be a priority conservation area. And now that you'll have this good first project with the Southeast Greenway for planning, is an excellent template to use to get the funding from the more disadvantaged, underserved, and overburdened community of Roseland to try and also get these types of funds to help that Southwest Greenway, which we've been talking about long before the Southeast Greenway people came forward. We've often advocated that they work with us and that there would be a connection, but they kind of turn their nose down on that other side of the tracks. We got to get some snazzy t-shirts, I guess, or something, and kind of get it uplifted in the eyes of everybody that makes the decisions. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next up at the west lectern, are you wishing to speak on this item? Yes, go ahead.
Hi there. Yes, I want to speak on 13.3. My name is Elizabeth Evans. I'm here this evening with my husband, Dr. Talmadge Wright. And we read the resolution regarding slowing speeds on specific roads in Santa Rosa and are requesting that you include Summerfield Road between Hohen and Montgomery Drive in this effort. Since the pandemic, some Summerfield Road residents have witnessed accelerated and dangerous speeds by drivers. Over the years, we've seen car crashes, usually caused by drivers losing control on the blind curve just south of Sonoma Avenue. We've lost pets and have seen many dead animals hit by cars on the road. We've had several close calls ourselves trying to enter our driveway on Summerfield from impatient drivers wanting to pass. There have been some injuries too from the car accidents that have happened on the road. Pedestrians, including students, walk along Summerfield to either access the bus stop at Texas and Summerfield or to get to their schools, of which there are several in the vicinity. The only sidewalks on Summerfield between Texas and Mayette are on the west side of the street, and the lack of the sidewalks on the east side of the road means pedestrians are walking into the traffic. With the new Greenway Park coming in from Yalupa to Summerfield, traffic calming measures in the area are essential. We would like to see traffic police posted on Summerfield regularly, especially during commute hours. In addition, we would like to propose other possible traffic calming measures that would not require human resources. For instance, we'd like to see the speed limit lowered on Summerfield Road. We'd like to perhaps see a traffic light installed at Summerfield at Mayette. There could be a flashing light crosswalk on Summerfield at Spring Creek, where there are a lot of pedestrians. There could be the installation of an electronic speed indicator along Summerfield so drivers can see how fast they're going. And my husband actually asked the police department to put one of those in, and they said they were going to bring it over, but they never have done it. I hope they will. Install cameras to record the license plate numbers of speeding drivers, then send those drivers tickets, and put a traffic circle in or some speed tables. That's unlikely. But anyway, Summerfield Road has become a connector to Highway 12 along with Farmers Lane, a purpose it was not designed for. Given the excessive speeds and accidents along the stretch of road, we argue that Summerfield Road has become a salient issue of public safety. We're grateful to the city for looking at slowing traffic on specific roads in Santa Rosa and believe Summerfield Road should be one of the focus areas before someone else is injured or killed. Thank you.
Are you wishing to speak on this item?
Yes, please.
Okay, go ahead when you're ready.
Good evening, Council. I'd like to speak this evening to 13.7 and 13.8 on the consent calendar regarding the short-term rental and TOT taxes that are being proposed for the ballot this November. My research partner and I have submitted an argument in opposition to those tax increases. As a city, it's just concerning to me that many of your contractors are not licensed to operate within the city of Santa Rosa. They don't have a business license. They're not paying fees. So it just seems like the city's above the law continually, and we can have hours and hours of discussions about that. But that being said, if the city is not compliant with their own vendors, how are you then going to place a burden of an additional tax measure on your stakeholders? So again, I would ask if we could conduct internal audits before making the taxpayers be forced to pay these burdens. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm seeing no one else approach the podium to speak on this item.
Bringing it back to council, are there any additional comments or questions? Seeing none, Vice Mayor Stapp, can you please make a motion?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move that we approve items 13.1 through 13.7.
Second.
I have a motion made by Vice Mayor Stapp and a second by Councilmember Rogers. Madam Deputy City Clerk, may you please call the vote?
Councilmember Rogers?
Aye.
Councilmember Okrepke?
Aye.
Councilmember McDonald is absent. Councilmember Fleming?
Aye.
Councilmember Alvarez?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Stapp?
Aye.
Mayor Rogers?
Aye.
The motion passes with 6 affirmative votes with Council Mayor McDonald absent.
Thank you. We'll now continue to item 14, which is our public comment on non-agenda matters. Madam Deputy City Clerk, may you please facilitate public comment?
Thank you, Mayor. We are now taking public comment on item 14, non-agenda matters. This is a time when any person may address the council on matters not listed on this agenda, but which are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the council. If you are in the council chamber and would like to comment, but have not provided a speaker card to your name, please make your way to the podium. You'll have 3 minutes and a countdown timer will alert at the end of the period. We'll take 12 speakers under item 14. If we have more than 12 comments on this item, the remaining speakers will be afforded the opportunity to speak on item 19, non-agenda matters. As you approach the podium, please state your name for the record if you choose to do so. First up will be Callum, followed by Dwayne.
Good evening, Callum Weeks Generation Housing. So in 2018, 38%, a small minority of our voting population, killed an opportunity to unlock $124 million for affordable housing production and preservation. That's 38%. I don't know about you, but that doesn't feel very democratic. And we have a very unique opportunity before us coming quite soon to the November ballot. And it's Proposition 5. It will lower the voting threshold, or the threshold required to approve affordable housing bonds, to 55%, which seems far more democratic, and it would create a lot of opportunity for the city of Santa Rosa to take their own fate into their hands and not rely on a Bay Area regional measure. Not knocking that, it is actually pretty devastating that we lost that, but we have other opportunities, and we can take it upon ourselves to realize everything that we want to realize and bring some level of parity and equity to our community that has been missing for quite some time. So our request to you today is to immediately pen a letter that pledges your strongest level of support for Proposition 5, and let's get a win. Let's notch a win, hopefully multiple wins on this upcoming ballot, and again, bring some level of parity and equity and unlock opportunities for affordable housing in the community. With that, thank you so much.
Thank you. Next up is Dwayne.
Yes, right here. I want to use the overhead if I may. Thank you kindly. Thanks, sir. How things been treating you? Oh, I get by, man. All right. We're back in the flow.
I was told it was working.
Well, I think
it looks like it's not.
It may come on in just a moment here. We're getting a little, it's warmed up. It's
there. We go.
It's happening. All right. Hello, my name is Dwayne DeWitt. I'm from Roseland. I brought you a blast from the past. As you look at this, you'll probably think, wow, why has he got that there? That's the Community Development Commission for the county. Well, this flyer is from 13 years ago, where we were talking about the property at the Roseland Village Plaza, and that's the key word, plaza. And if you'll notice in the map here, there's a green space. And we had been advocating that whole time, starting back in 2005, when the Roseland Sebastopol Road Urban Vision Plan was going forward, that there be 1 acre of green space at this plaza. So the project now is moving forward slowly but surely. And the last couple of years, there's been a food court plaza there on the asphalt with food trucks and parking and basically nothing to do with green space. Yet millions of dollars have been given by the Agricultural and Open Space District for the green space in the future. It's really important that we get more green space in more sites throughout Roseland. Not just one big site, one and done, but lots of smaller parks. And we were told there would be smaller parks up to the north here along the Joe Rodota Trail. There'd be 4 of them. We were told there'd be other parks throughout Roseland. Nothing has happened yet. No land has been purchased for those parks. And now you've set it up so that the Southwest impact fee that was set up to be used to buy land and help with parks in the Southwest area is no longer for just there, it's for the whole city. So we're missing out, and that's a bit problematic. I bring this up because, right now, that Roseland Chamber of Commerce that came together that Mr. Alvarez spoke about had a lot of business owners who are frightened that they may go out of business because of the competition that's been set up at that county-owned site, and that person is not doing as much as the other bricks and mortar Roseland businesses who've been there for decades, some of them. So it's really important that as this project goes forward, that the man from Healdsburg doesn't get to come in and try to say, well, he gets to be there. It should be Roseland folks. We should be having that 1 acre green plaza. And then if they're going to have restaurants, it should be set up so requests for proposals from Roseland businesses get to be the ones who are in that facility as it's built in the future. All about Roseland. As a matter of fact, I remember the cheer that went up from the Chamber of Commerce folks. Viva Roseland. This is good times for the future. Good things are going to be happening. And I've been on this since back in this day, almost 30 years ago. Never say die.
Thank you. There you go. Hold on, let me start that over.
Okay, go ahead.
Speak to some of the conflicts that I've seen recently. For starters, with the Community Advisory Board. I have been reviewing issues with them over the past few years, and nobody seems to know what they do. That hasn't changed for the past 5 years or so. For example, Mr. Weeks, who just spoke, is the chair of that board, and he is also on the board for the Sonoma County Bicycle Coalition. And his one of his employees, Ms. Sherry Barnett, is a staff member who is also on community advisory, so there's complete bias. Community advisory advises regarding the capital improvement program, and so they are working hand in hand to push forward their efforts. Ms. Barnett actually turned to him last meeting and asked him, are you going to be bringing things back to the board? I didn't know what board she was talking about at the time, but then it became very clear that they worked together. So that is a conflict, and you were supposed to speak with the city attorney about this, and nobody's gotten back to me, so I am looking for clarification. I did go online to check when the next meeting is. I've only attended one, and I saw that 3 faces are now missing on that page, so I'm wondering if 3 people resigned. And if they did, as soon as I started looking into community advisory, why did they resign? So that is an issue. As far as the Cultural Heritage Board, they completely resigned recently. And so I found it interesting that the chair, I believe his name was Brian Muser, appears to share a mortgage with somebody by the name of Miss Lisa Kranz. And Lisa Kranz actually was the senior planner for the city of Santa Rosa, hired in January, and then resigned in June after I asked why the senior planner was applying for grant funds at Community Advisory. And then your staff actually told me that they didn't think that that was a conflict. They didn't know she was an employee. And I asked why the applicants did not need to have a tax ID, why you were not verifying W-9s. They told me, they got angry. They said that this is, for people who are new to applying for mini grants, and so we want to give them a chance. As a former government employee, that's usually highly illegal, so I just want to know why we're giving out grant funds to people without a tax ID, because that should be documented. So I would love if we could clarify these matters. I'd love to know why 3 people appeared to resign from community advisory after I spoke, and why we have not removed one of the current directors that I expressed is a conflict of interest. Thank you.
Thank you. We have no additional public speakers approaching the podium for this item.
Thank you. We will now skip over the report items for now and go to item 16, our public hearing for this evening. Madam City Manager.
Item 16.1, public hearing, placement of annual stormwater enterprise charges on the Sonoma County property tax roll, manner of collection.
Good evening, Mayor Rogers and City Council members. My name is Katie Robinson. I'm a Research and Program Coordinator with Stormwater and Creeks. With me today is my manager, Claire Myers, and she's here for moral support. We're pleased to be here today to discuss the placement of the annual stormwater enterprise charges on the Sonoma County property tax roll. The stormwater enterprise was created by council in accordance with Title 16 of the City Code in 1996. It provides funding for implementation of the city's National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System, NPDES stormwater permit, as well as activities such as creek restoration and stewardship, flood protection, public education, storm drain maintenance, and stormwater quality testing. The calculated assessment is based on the equivalent residential unit, or the ERU, and considers the size of the parcel, amount of impervious surface, and land use of each parcel. The current ERU fee is $41.34, which was approved by council during the 2024-2025 budget process. In order to simplify the payment process for property owners and minimize collection expenses, it is requested that these charges be collected on the Sonoma County property tax roll on the city's behalf. The charges have been collected annually on the tax roll since they were established in September of 1996. It is in the best interest of the city that those parcels not billed by the county due to the charges not meeting the county's $10 minimum to bill and/or parcels with known incorrect ownership contact information shall not be separately billed by the city, as the cost of separately billing exceeds the potential revenue. Any charges not collected will not affect other parcel charges. Today's public hearing, in accordance with Title 16 of the City Code, will adopt the Stormwater Enterprise Charge Report, approve placing the charges on the county tax roll for collection, and allow the public the opportunity to protest the method of collecting the charges. It is recommended by the Board of Public Utilities that the council, by resolution, adopt by 2/3 vote the Stormwater Enterprise Charge Report and approve placement of the Stormwater Enterprise charges on the Sonoma County property tax roll to be collected by the Sonoma County Auditor, Controller, Treasurer, Tax Collector at the same time and in the same manner as Sonoma County property taxes are collected, unless those charges do not meet the county minimum of $10 and our parcel owner contact information is known to be incorrect. And with that, I'll answer any questions.
Thank you for that. Are there any questions from council members? All right, seeing none, we will now open the public hearing. Madam Deputy City Clerk, may you please facilitate public comment?
Thank you, Mayor. We are now taking public comment on item 16.1. If you are in the council chamber and would like to comment, but have not provided a speaker card or your name, please make your way to the podium. I am seeing no one approach the podium for public comment on this item.
I will now close the public hearing and bring it back to council for any final comments. Seeing none, Vice Mayor Stapp, can you please make a motion?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move to adopt by resolution the Stormwater Enterprise Charge Report and approve placement of the Stormwater Enterprise charges on the Sonoma County property tax roll to be collected by the Sonoma County Auditor, Controller, Treasurer, Tax Collector at the same time and in the same manner as Sonoma County property taxes are collected, unless those charges do not meet the county minimum of $10 and or the parcel owner contact information is known to be incorrect, and waive further reading of the text.
Second.
I have a motion made by Vice Mayor Stapp and a second by Councilmember Okrepke. And because I've already asked for comments twice and no one said anything, I'm going to skip that and say, Madam Deputy City Clerk, can you please call the vote?
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Rogers?
Aye.
Councilmember Okrepke?
Aye.
Councilmember McDonald is absent. Councilmember Fleming?
Yes.
Councilmember Alvarez?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Stapp?
Aye.
Mayor Rogers?
Aye.
The motion passes with 6 affirmative votes with Councilmember McDonald absent.
Thank you. See, we're not that bad. Next time you can come on your own. All right, going back up to item 15.1, Madam City Manager.
Item 15.1 is a report, approval of homelessness prevention pilot program, Keep People Housed, Sonoma for FY 2024-2025 and fiscal year 2025 and 2026.
Good evening, Mayor Rogers and Vice Mayor Stapp, Kelly Kuykendall and Megan Bassinger here this afternoon. Give Megan a second to pull up the presentation. We're with Housing and Community Services, and I'll be presenting this afternoon on our homelessness prevention pilot program that we're calling Keep People Housed. Before I jump into the presentation, I do want to call out some of our partners. So virtually, we have Mary Kate Johnson with All Home, Michael Gauze with the County of Sonoma, and Karen Shimizu with the City of Petaluma. And then in attendance this evening, we have our partner agencies. So there's COTS, which is Committee on the Shelterless, Community Support Network, West County Community Services, and Sonoma County Legal Aid. This item seeks approval of the following: our pilot program, KPH Sonoma, a funding agreement between the City of Santa Rosa, the County of Sonoma, and City of Petaluma, a grant agreement between the city and the operator of the pilot program, KPH Sonoma, and also Council's endorsement of All Homes Regional Action Plan 2024. I'll be going into more detail on all these items in the next slides. All Home is a Bay Area nonprofit. Council may be familiar with this agency. City Manager Smith sits on the Regional Impact Council, and that relationship was key to bringing this pilot program to Sonoma County. All Home has a regional action plan that was recently updated in 2024. This plan provides a framework for effectively reducing unsheltered homelessness by investing concurrently in 3 interventions. These include interim housing, permanent housing, and homelessness prevention. They have also developed a regional prevention system that's been implemented in several Bay Area communities. In addition to Sonoma County, All Home is currently working with the County of Solano to launch Key People House Solano. All Home's role with KPH Sonoma is to provide technical assistance and access to an online platform that is developed and maintained in coordination with Bay Area Community Services. The online platform is an evidence-based tool which helps screen eligible households. All Home is also a funder, and I'll be going more into detail about the funds that they're providing for this program in the next few slides. The prevention model targets households below 50% of area median income, provides flexible financial assistance coupled with housing stabilization services and legal referrals, and an online platform, which I mentioned, identifies households most at risk of experiencing homelessness. The need for prevention is identified in several areas. Data provided by All Home indicates that in the Bay Area, 3 individuals are becoming homeless for every individual that is being housed through our homeless systems of care. In Sonoma County, 35% of individuals surveyed as part of the 2023 homeless point in time count indicated it was their first episode of homelessness. The need for prevention is also identified in the strategic plans of the City of Santa Rosa, Sonoma County Homeless Coalition, which is our local continuum of care, and the City of Petaluma. This slide outlines the proposed funding for KPH Sonoma. This is a collaborative effort between All Home, the City of Santa Rosa, the County of Sonoma, and City of Petaluma. We have identified $1.3 million in local funds, $500,000 each from the city and the county, and $300,000 from Petaluma. I'd like to note that the $500,000 was identified in the fiscal year 24-25 budget, so we're not asking council for additional funds this evening. All Home will be providing a match of $2.6 million. That provides $3.9 million for the 2-year pilot program, and the City of Santa Rosa will be administering KPH Sonoma. Our request for proposals, or RFP, seeking an operator for KPH Sonoma was released in May with proposals due on June 20th. We asked proposers to identify agencies or operators within 5 subregions in Sonoma County. Those include Central Santa Rosa, West County, North County, South County, and Sonoma Valley. We received 4 proposals from Bay Area Community Services, Committee on the Shelterless, COTS, Catholic Charities, and Sonoma County Community Action Network, formerly known as Community Action Partnership of Sonoma County. This slide summarizes the proposals and the scores that were received. I'll be covering COTS proposal. The assumptions or the estimates in this slide were based on the $2.6 million that was available when we issued the request for proposals. Following issuance of the RFP, All Home committed additional funds, and I'll cover that in the next couple slides. But just want to make you aware that the assumption in this slide are based on $2.6 million. COTS estimated serving approximately 242 households over the 2-year period at a cost of $10,744 per household. Their budget prioritizes 54% of the funds for direct financial assistance to households. And their average score for their application was 97, which, as you can see in the slide, is the highest of the 4 proposals received. The evaluation committee was comprised of staff from the city's Housing and Community Services Department, City of Petaluma, and the County Department of Health Services. We met on July 2nd, and based on the scores that I just covered in the previous slide, the evaluation committee recommended COTS. As the lead provider, COTS will be the sole administrator of financial assistance to households. They will oversee subcontracted services provided via the local hubs and legal services, and they will submit reports to the to the city. COTS is a very experienced homeless service provider, has been working in Sonoma County for more than 30 years. They're based in Petaluma, but they do have a satellite office here in Santa Rosa. They're actually administering a supportive services program, including homelessness prevention, that is funded by the city with federal funds. And they also operate scattered site permanent supportive housing in Santa Rosa. Local hubs, COTS identified the following local hubs in their application. Their proposal for Central Santa Rosa, that includes Community Support Network. West County is West County Community Services. North County, Reach for Home. South County, COTS, and Sonoma Valley, Home First. Sonoma County Legal Aid will be providing the legal services. I touched on the match, All Homes Match, a couple of slides back. This is a very important component of the program, and we're very grateful for All Home to be providing a match. They made an initial commitment of $1.3 million prior to releasing the RFP. Once the RFP was out, we learned that they were going to be providing an additional $1.3 million, which is very exciting. So their match is $2.6 million total. These funds will be prioritized for direct financial assistance, with $400,000 going to legal services. And we estimate a total of 350 to 400 households will be served with increased funding. This will depend on the unique needs of each household. So we may see fewer or greater than the estimate here. This is just an average. We're planning to launch the pilot in October, and it will continue on through fiscal year 25-26. Agreements, there are 2 agreements before you this evening. There's a funding agreement, which confirms the commitment of local funds with Santa Rosa, Petaluma, and the county, and then a grant agreement with COTS for $1.3 million to operate KPH Sonoma with the local funds. All Home will be entering into a separate agreement with COTS for administration of their funds. Like, as I mentioned, they're going to be prioritized for direct financial assistance and legal services. Moving on to the recommendation, it is recommended by the Housing and Community Services Department that the council by resolution approve and authorize the Director of Housing and Community Services to negotiate and execute, subject to approval as to form by the city attorney, an agreement between the City of Santa Rosa, the County of Sonoma, and the City of Petaluma for the funding of a homelessness prevention pilot program. Keep People Housed Sonoma for fiscal years 24-25 and 25-26 in the amount of $1.3 million, and a grant agreement for Keep People Housed Sonoma with Committee on the Shelterless in the amount of $1.3 million for the period October 1, 2024 through June 30th, 2026, and endorse All Homes Regional Action Plan 2024 as part of its technical and financial support for the program. This concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you have. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that presentation. Looking to council to see if there are any questions regarding the presentation. Seeing none, we will go ahead and ask Madam Deputy. I was like staring at you. Did you? Vice Mayor Stapp.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Kelly and Megan, thank you very much. Quick question. I like the number of agencies that are involved with this, and I like the partnership with Petaluma. Do we have any other programs right now in the homelessness space where we're partnering with other local cities directly like this, in terms of sharing funds?
Good question. Thank you for that. So for Sam Jones Hall, the city-owned shelter that's operated by Catholic Charities, we do have a funding agreement with the county, and we have since we opened the shelter in 2006, where they provide funding to contribute towards the operation of the shelter.
How about other cities like this, like the Petaluma Santa Rosa relationship now?
I think we coordinate with the other cities through the continuum of care process and through other homeless groups throughout the county. So Kelly and her staff are constantly in coordination, as homelessness does not have any geographical boundaries, so she does continually work with them. But this is a great example of us coming together in a new way to help prevent homelessness.
This kind of financial partnership. Excellent. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Madam Deputy City Clerk, may you please facilitate public comment on this item?
Thank you, Mayor. We are now taking public comment on item 15.1. If you are in the council chamber and would like to comment but have not provided a speaker card or your name, please make your way to the podium. You will have 3 minutes and a countdown timer will alert at the end of that period. As you approach the podium, please state your name for the record if you choose to do so. First up will be Dwayne, followed by Sunny. Are Dwayne or Sunny present? Please go ahead.
Good evening, council members. My name is Sunny No, and I'm the Deputy Director at Legal Aid of Sonoma County. I'm just here on behalf of Legal Aid of Sonoma County to applaud the City of Santa Rosa, the county, and the City of Petaluma for embarking on this ambitious endeavor. We're very excited to be a partner in this project. We applaud all the partners for recognizing the need for legal services in conjunction with the other services that are going to be provided, and we look forward to working with COTS and our other regional partners in reducing and preventing homelessness in this county. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no one else approach the podium to speak on this item.
Thank you very much, and I'll bring it back to council for comments. Councilmember Rogers.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to say how excited I am for the partnership with COTS, and I want to say thank you to folks who came to the council meeting. COTS has a wonderful reputation, especially in Petaluma. I've spoken with a number of the council members there who've just loved the partnership that they've had, and I look forward to you to continue to do good work and us to be able to help folks together.
And I would just like to say, great job being a member of the continuum of care. We always talk about the regional approach and how there are no boundaries. And so this really shows how staff can bring it together to really practice what we preach, that there are no boundaries and we need to have a regional approach. So thank you very much for finding a way that we can work with our other cities. And with that, Councilmember Fleming.
Thank you. So I move to approve a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa approving and authorizing the Director of Housing and Community Services to negotiate and execute an agreement between the City of Santa Rosa, the County of Sonoma, and the City of Petaluma for the funding of a homelessness prevention pilot program, Keep People Housed, KPH Sonoma, for fiscal years 24-25 and 25-26 in the amount of $1.3 million, and B, a grant agreement for Keep People Housed with the Committee on the Shelterless, COTS, in the amount of $1.3 million for the period of October 1, 2024 to June 30, 2026, and endorsing All Homes Regional Action Plan 2024 and waive further reading of the text.
Second.
I'm not sure who said that. We have a motion made by Councilmember Fleming and a second by Councilmember Alvarez. Madam Deputy City Clerk, may you please call the vote?
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Rogers.
Aye.
Councilmember Okrepke.
Aye.
Councilmember McDonald is absent. Councilmember Fleming.
Yes.
Councilmember Alvarez.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Stapp.
Aye.
Mayor Rogers.
Aye.
The motion passes with 6 affirmative votes with Councilmember McDonald absent.
All right, we are going to move to item 15.2, which is a report item for opposition to Sonoma County Measure J. And because this did not show up on the preliminary agenda, I'm going to go ahead and ask Madam City Attorney to walk us through this process.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This item is a little different than the item we took earlier. The item earlier was not on the final agenda. This item was on your final agenda, but did not appear on the preliminary agenda. And so under the open government ordinance, in order for council to consider this item, council must make a finding of good cause with 6 affirmative votes, or fewer in a circumstance where we have fewer than 6 present. We do have 6 present here, so we will need all of you to vote affirmatively for this to carry. A showing of good cause requires, under the open government ordinance, a finding by the council that as a result of exceptional circumstances beyond the control of the council, compliance with the 12 calendar day notice requirement would impose a substantial burden on the city's ability to conduct its business or result in prejudice to a private person. Prior to making such a finding, staff shall provide a detailed explanation of the reason the agenda item could not be provided to council and members of the public within the 12 calendar day notice requirement. And so with that, I understand the Vice Mayor will be speaking to those 2 facts.
Thank you, Madam City Attorney. Council should review this item or add this item to the agenda today because of the significant impact Measure J would have on Santa Rosa businesses and jobs. Measure J would not simply end most animal-focused agriculture in Sonoma County. Think about companies like Clover and Strauss. It would put hundreds of individuals out of work, including many Santa Rosa residents. In addition, Santa Rosa residents that serve the agriculture industry, including accountants, law firms, machine shops, et cetera, all local, would face significant economic impacts. This agenda item could not be posted on the preliminary agenda because the city received notice only recently of an end-of-month deadline for Santa Rosa's support to be potentially included in many of the county-wide campaign materials. Santa Rosa wants this opportunity to potentially join the other cities in the county, including Petaluma, Rohnert Park, and others who have weighed in on Measure J.
So, Madam Mayor, you have a 2-step process here. You first need to decide whether you've met the standard to consider this item this evening, notwithstanding the fact that it was not on the preliminary. And so the information that the Vice Mayor just provided addresses the 2 factors that you would need to consider to make the appropriate finding. Should the council make a motion and all of you vote in support of that motion to hear the matter, we would then move forward to have staff make a presentation on the matter, and you could consider whether or not what you want to do on this substantive item.
Thank you. So I'd like to make a motion to approve Vice Mayor's explanation of why this cannot go on the preliminary agenda. And yes.
No, I was just going to suggest that perhaps a friendly suggestion to your motion, that you would consider hearing item 15.2 at this evening's meeting based on good cause, because as a result of exceptional circumstances beyond the control of the council, compliance with the 12 calendar day agenda notice requirement would result in prejudice to a private person.
Second.
Yes, I would like to make a motion with the city attorney just stated. And I made the motion. I have a second by Vice Mayor Stapp. And Madam Deputy City Clerk, may you please call the vote?
Do I first call for public
comment?
Thank you. We are now taking public comment on adding item 5.2 to the agenda. If you are in the council chamber and would like to comment, please make your way to the podium. Seeing no one approach the podium on this item.
Now may you call the vote?
Councilmember Rogers?
Aye.
Councilmember Okrepke?
Aye.
Right. Councilmember McDonald is absent. Councilmember Fleming?
Yes.
Councilmember Alvarez?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Stapp?
Aye.
Mayor Rogers?
Aye.
The motion passes with 6 affirmative votes with Councilmember McDonald absent.
Thank you. Now we're able to move on with item 15.2 as normal, Madam City Manager.
Item 15.2, opposition to Sonoma County Measure J.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, City Manager Smith, and members of council. I'm Scott Alonso, Government Affairs Officer, here to present item 15.2. And then we also have Brian here from our office, and I'll let Brian introduce himself.
Good evening. My name is Brian Fructuoso Zurita, an intern over at the Comms and Intergovernmental Relations Office.
Thanks, Brian. All right, we'll work through a few slides here.
Scott, can you see your slides? Would you like to talk us through? It's words.
Yeah, we can just go if that's okay with everybody. So we are here tonight, item 15.2, opposition to Sonoma County ballot measure, Measure J, which is on the November 5th general election. The Measure J is titled Prohibition on Concentrated Animal Feeding Operations. And the specific measure provisions, the main ones to call out, is that it would phase out certain existing concentrated animal feeding operations, both medium and large, and that it would prohibit approval of any new CAFO. A simple majority is needed to enact Measure J into law, and the measure would apply to the unincorporated areas of Sonoma County. Just some quick background to highlight. Last year in 2023, Proponents supporting the potential measure began collecting signatures from registered voters in Sonoma County. And then earlier this spring, they submitted tens of thousands of signatures, and the county registrar of voters verified that the measure received the required number of signatures. That was in April. And then the Sonoma County Board of Supervisors then had to act on that. And so on May 14th, 2024, they placed Measure J on the November ballot, while at the same time they adopted an oppose position. And just some brief analysis for you. As mentioned, it would ban all CAFOs in the county. It would prohibit the establishment of any future CAFOs. And the definition of the CAFOs in this measure is provided by the proponents. It's inserted on page 4 of the text of the measure, and it's using the definition that the EPA uses. And so that's the definition that we're talking about tonight, which is where this would apply to where animals are confined or fed or maintained for 45 days or more any 12-month period without sustaining crops, vegetation, forage growth, or post-harvest residues that are not sustained in the normal growing season over any portion of the lot facility. So this would apply, according to the Sonoma County Agricultural Commissioner and the Sonoma County EDB, potentially up to 60 different farms in the county. And just as a implementation timeline, if the measure were to pass, existing CAFOs would have 3 years to cease operations. And then if passed, the ordinance would take effect 10 days after the registrar certifies the election. And then just to highlight some of the penalties and enforcement provisions under Measure J is that there would be daily penalties for noncompliance. So you would receive a $1,000 fine on the first day, $5,000 fine on the second day, and $10,000 on the third day. And then if you had more penalties, those would all add up. So you would keep getting the $10,000 fine. And that the Sonoma County Agricultural Commissioner would oversee compliance of the measure. So as part of the May 14th, 2024 board meeting, the Board of Supervisors heard independent analysis on the economic impacts of the measure if it were to pass. And the outside analysis that the Economic Development Board conducted was that it would potentially be a direct loss in $259 million in agricultural products, $38 million reduction in spending. As I mentioned, up to 60 farms would be impacted. And as the analysis notes, for every job lost from the livestock and poultry production sector, we would lose one additional job from our local economy. And then the fiscal impact would be that there are businesses within city limits as part of the agricultural supply chain, so they could have adverse effects if Measure J were to pass. And certainly any workers residing in city limits could lose their job, and that could all lead to negative impacts to the city's general fund. So the recommendation tonight before you is that the Communications and Intergovernmental Relations Office recommends that the council by motion formally oppose Measure J, which is a ballot measure on the November 5th general election ballot. And then if the council makes that motion to take a formal position, then our office would then communicate that position publicly by letter or any manner the council deems fit. And that's the end of our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that presentation, and sorry about the technical issues, but thank you for winging it. I'm going to council to see if there are any questions regarding what was presented. Seeing none, Madam Deputy City Clerk, may you please facilitate public comment?
We are now taking public comment on item 15.2. If you're in the council chamber and would like to comment, please make your way to the podium. Mayor, I'm seeing no one approach the podium for public comment.
Thank you. Bringing it back to council for any questions and or comments, and we'll start off with Councilmember Rogers.
Thank you, Mayor. Really just want to appreciate all of staff's work to get this onto the agenda, as well as colleagues who supported putting this on. I do think that particularly in Santa Rosa, we need to make sure people understand the importance of this and the impact that it'll have on the local economy. Scott used some of the good data points, and I know the Vice Mayor did as well, but I've sort of, as I've heard people talk about this, hear two different things that don't get said enough One is that this actually is completely inconsistent with our greenhouse gas emission goals, because by banning only these products in Sonoma County, it means that it's going to have to come from further away. It means it's going to have to come from the Central Valley. It's going to be coming from farms that aren't organic, that don't have a relationship with their community, and it's going to be inconsistent with our efforts to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. The other one is that the folks who qualified this measure aren't from here. They didn't qualify it for the county that they live in. They picked a county that they knew was a rural agriculture county that also votes more liberal, and decided to do this as a test case for what they want to do across the entire state. They're not from here. Their jobs are not dependent on the economy here, and I think it'd be really a shame if Sonoma County didn't reject this measure, not just not pass it, but make sure that we send a statement that we'll decide what our own economy looks like, we'll decide what our own standards look like, and what our community looks like in the future, not people who are from out of the area trying to impose their will on us. So I'll be a support in the opposition.
Councilmember Okrepke.
Councilmember Rogers stole a lot of the same ideas that I have, so I'll agree with him. But I would say this is a poorly thought out, poorly constructed measure. And to add to what you said, the $38 million in spending, being the county seat, being the largest city in the county, and a lot of that's going to come towards us or away from us if this measure passes. Echoing Councilmember Rogers' point, they're not from here. And part of my language would stay the hell out of Sonoma County Ag's business. You're not from here. You don't know how we operate. Our farms and ranches are some of the best run. They do some of the greatest work when it comes to carbon sequestration. They treat their animals better than anywhere else in the United States, if not the state. And to come here and tell us how we should operate our businesses, our family businesses, our agriculture, which our county was founded on, is just completely out of line with the values that we hold here in Santa Rosa as well as in Sonoma County. So I will be firmly in the opposition of this measure.
Councilmember Alvarez.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. For myself, just taking account that my community makes up a large portion of the labor force that supports agricultural business here in Sonoma County, it would be absolutely detrimental to our economy. And not to mention that I cannot see the day that I'd be enjoying a lab-grown taco. So with that being said, I support the opposition.
Vice Mayor Stat.
I'll essentially just echo my colleagues, but again, putting emphasis on the praise for Sonoma County agriculture. In agriculture, as in power generation, as in water management, Sonoma County leads the field. We do really innovative things here, and the last thing that we need to be doing is throwing wrenches into the works. We need to be celebrating Sonoma County agriculture, and that's not even taking into account the hugely detrimental economic impacts that Measure J could have if it were put into place. So as my colleagues have indicated, I'm certainly going to be voting in opposition to the measure.
So I also would like to echo what my colleague said, even the taco. All right. I think it's so important, and we talk about a regional approach, that we continue to, we talk about, oh my, did I say that? Oh my God. Okay, we're gonna get out of here. But I just wanna say we talk about a regional approach, and although most, all of the jobs are not within the city limits of Santa Rosa, it definitely will have an impact on the city of Santa Rosa and our residents in a very close city in the county itself. So I'm very happy that my colleagues have agreed to put this on the agenda, or to find good cause to hear it today and put it on the agenda. And I think we are all on the same page when it comes to that. So, Madam, oh, no, it actually is.
With
Vice
pleasure,
Mayor.
Madam Mayor.
Okay.
I would like to make a motion that we oppose Measure J on the Sonoma County ballot for the November 5th, 2024 general election. And assuming that we do adopt this formal position, staff should send an advocacy letter to the proponents and opponents of the measure expressing the council's official position on the measure.
Second.
I have a motion made by Vice Mayor Stapp and a second by Councilmember Okrepke. Madam Deputy City Clerk, may you please call the vote?
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Rogers?
Aye.
Councilmember Okrepke?
Aye.
Councilmember McDonald is absent. Councilmember Fleming?
Yes.
Councilmember Alvarez?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Stapp?
Aye.
Mayor Rogers?
Aye.
The motion passes with 6 affirmative votes with Councilmember McDonald absent.
Thank you. And thank you very much for that presentation. And again, sorry about the technical difficulties. Moving on to item 17, our written communications. We have 17.1, notice of final map for Fir Ridge Meadows subdivision. And 17.2, state and federal legislative update. Madam Deputy City Clerk, may you please conduct public comment?
We are now taking public comment on item 17. If you are in the council chamber and would like to comment, please make your way to the podium. I'm seeing no one approach the podium for this item.
Thank you. Moving on to item 18, which is our second and final public comment on non-agenda matters. Madam Deputy City Clerk.
We are now taking public comment on item 18, non-agenda matters. This is a time when you may, if you have not previously addressed the council under public comment item 14, you may address the council on matters not listed on this agenda, but which are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the council. If you would like to comment, please make your way to the podium. Mayor, I'm seeing no one approach the podium for this item.
And with that, I would like to adjourn the meeting. Thank you.
I can just see him itching him to see.